Ам, Здравствуйте, дорогие подписчики. Скоро будет стрим, пока налаживаются неполадки. Я не уверена, что что-то работает. Надеюсь, что-то работает. Но если что, тебя я не слышу. И у тебя... во. Теперь слышу.
Ну, все работает.
Да. Вот, если что, там уже 3 минуты идет стрим с черным экраном.
Жопа, письки, все лохи, все ебланы.
Ну, меня и так банят все время за авторское право, поэтому...
А за авторское лево барабанит?
Нет. Так, как бы мне теперь захватить игру?
Просто открою.
Ну, я так и сделала. Нет, но я не хочу захватывать весь экран. Захват отдельного окна. Вот, окно. Так, ну пока ты ничего не видишь, а вот мои дорогие подписчики что-то видят.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые подписчики. Скинем ссылку, да, кидайте деньги. Нам нужно есть.
Куда будут кидать деньги, тебе или мне?
У нас общий счет.
Да? Но не в Stardew, где угодно, но не там.
У нас сейчас будет общий счет с Диско и
Ну, тут не то, чтобы он у нас вообще будет. Так. Он не то, чтобы у нас вообще будет, потому что с деньгами здесь сложно. Ну, как бы они есть, но у нас их, скорее всего, не будет.
Я поиграл 40 минут и заработал 4 монетки. Это нормально?
Нет, это ненормально.
Блять,
Так, что ты планируешь делать в этой жизни? Ты хочешь смотреть?
Да, и с тобой.
Я могу тебе пересказывать. Итак, что происходит на экране. Но я не знаю, как тебе подключиться. Ты можешь теоретически, если у тебя...
Включить Steam.
Да?
Ну да.
Ну,
Главное, чтобы на стриме было видно. И меня слышно.
Ну вот на Ютубе уже все видно.
Секунду, я открою Steam. А напомни, сколько людей в интернете имеют доступ к ссылке на этот стрим?
Все желающие.
Насколько это, как думаешь, ограничит мой...
Словарный запас.
Словарный запас это не самое страшное.
Ну там написано зрителей 1, но я не думаю, что кто-то действительно это смотрит.
А 18+ поставить можешь на всякий?
Я поставила.
Не поставили в это... Куда? Почему мне не посадили? Ну это YouTube в целом, конечно.
Блин, кстати, тебя очень плохо слышно, потому что ты не часть... Не часть команды, не часть корабля. Ты как бы ты выходной аудиопоток, а я входной.
Ну и что, мне обосраться теперь?
Не, я тебя сделаю сейчас на всю громкость, а в игре убавлю. Вот как мы сделаем. Так, ну, делай, что хочешь. Я не знаю, что ты хочешь.
Делай со мной,
Да,
что
ты хочешь
хочешь.
подключиться.
Ты хочешь танцевать. Что это за песня?
А что?
Нет. Ты хочешь танцевать.
Это укупник.
Реально?
Да. Ну, почти. У него была похожая песня. Ну, там пелось, ну что ж тебя так тянет танцевать, мне не понять, мне не понять, мне не понять. Когда в тебя вселился этот бес, и до, ре, ми, фа, соль, си, фа, диез.
Нет, 1000 разных песен, есть та, что на всех одна.
Это именно про песню укупника было.
Да, про нее.
Я тебе даю трансляцию, ты можешь что-то с ней сделать?
Я ее максимально беру.
Ты ее максимально видишь?
Всеми своими силами пытаюсь ее взять. Да ничего я не вижу пока что, к сожалению. Я вижу мигающий экранчик, да. Вероятно, это связано с тем, что у меня включен VPN. То есть
Что у тебя сделано? Что там еще раз у тебя сделано? М?
Блять.
А точно трансляция, не что-то другое?
Секунду. Проверка или смотреть игру. Ну,
Ой, нет,
Ну
я
и-
не туда нажала. Нет, я не туда нажала.
нет, что-то я не вижу игру. А я бы хотел ее увидеть, конечно.
Попробуй так.
Как?
Ну, ничего не поменялось. Я бы нажала пригласить на трансляцию.
Блин, мне не приходит уведомление, к сожалению. А давай еще разок.
Ну, давай. Ну и не приходит и в чате почему.
Завтра я еще не могу.
Все еще?
Ну, все еще нет, ничего нет. А за что же мне такое горе?
Хм. Так, я остановила
Ну,
трансляцию. Сейчас попробую заново.
Нет,
Остановила.
дело же не в трансляции, я же пытаюсь в стиме подключиться.
И не получается?
Не. О, секунду. Стоп, загрузка, умоляю, давай, работай, рыбка. Ну. Да, блядь. Сука. Ну, почему не работает? Блядская хуйня. Обновить. Ожидание начала трансляции Лиловика.
Ну, я нажала начать трансляцию. Вот у меня есть кнопка
Ага.
остановить.
А игра ей имеется перед глазами?
Да.
Сейчас, секунду, что-то происходит.
Я переставляю
Не-
тоже смотреть. А может, я тебе ссылку скину на смотрение? Может быть,
Ну давай.
я не знаю, конечно.
У меня просто бесконечная загрузка идет. Видимо, там какие-то проблемы с подключением. Понимаешь?
Да.
Сейчас я подумаю, что с этим можно сделать. О, я вижу!
Ура! Правда, я теперь слышу музыку из двух ушей. Из твоих и из своих.
Не-не-не, я не выключил.
Да, ты вообще без звука будешь смотреть?
Ну, получается, что так.
Ну, без звука нехорошо.
А что я там не слышал?
Но там надо музыку слушать. Я вот... Сейчас вот весна, и у меня прям каждый день вот я иду по улице, и у меня прям музыка играет, это в голове из игры. Вот прям... Это гениальная музыка.
Ну, я слушал саундтрек отдельно вообще, еще
Нет,
года 3
ну
назад,
что,
который бритиш.
его надо прожить. Тогда ты его почувствуешь.
Итак, прежде чем мы перейдем к игре. Подожди. Трансляция идет.
Да.
Все работает. Наведи мышкой на медиума.
Но мы можем собрать своего. Но по факту это как бы не будет в игре прям называть.
Просто мышкой наведи просто. Я хочу посмотреть, какая задержка.
Так, сейчас увела, сейчас навела. Увела,
Ага.
навела.
Нет, Вита, не было такого ни разу еще.
Все плохо.
Блин, ну, секунд 7.
Ну, многовато.
Ну, как
Ты
чё
не
ж
хочешь
делать?
на Ютубе попробовать смотреть?
То же самое будет, только хуже. А вот давай еще разок, секунд 7. Ой, так, что делаешь?
Ничего, на кого навести?
На спортсмена.
Навела.
Да?
Так, сейчас я у себя на Ютубе смотрю.
Ой, еще и залагало немножко.
Да, на ютубе
Ну,
то же
короче,
самое.
нормально, порядок,
Да,
ничего
думаешь,
страшного.
нормально?
Ну чё?
Ну, блин. Ну, я буду тогда... Я буду реагировать на все события спустя 5 секунд, 7 секунд.
Хорошо, спасибо. Спасибо.
Итак, мы можем выбрать уже плюс-минус собранного, а можем создать собственного. Ну, как бы
Да.
разницы особо нету. То есть, ну, здесь просто уже какие-то готовые наборы качеств у них вот внутри. Но как бы мы соберем это сами, будет в принципе то же самое.
У тебя даже нет любимой какой-то стратегии?
Я стараюсь... Нет, у меня есть любимая, но я ее прям всегда юзаю, я ее хорошо знаю. Но мы можем сделать под тебя стратегию, так как это твоя.
Под меня тогда создаем моего персонажа.
Кого? Да.
Нового. Если тебе кажется, что я уже вижу очки скиллов, то ты,
Теперь
разумеется,
видишь.
не права. Нет, нет,
Не видишь?
нет.
Тогда смотри на ютубе. На ютубе я их вижу уже
Вот
секунд
теперь
5.
вижу.
Я тебе рекомендую ютуб в таком случае.
Окей,
Там
открываю.
и то
YouTube.
меньше задержка.
Как называется канал?
Канал называется так, как он назывался всегда. Стыдно не знать. Я сейчас пришлю тебе ссылку. В какую соцсеть, с какой птицей тебе ее прислать?
Подожди, так мне-то получается VPN открывать.
А с
Я буду на
телефона?
телефоне смотреть.
Ну, блин, ну, конечно... Ну, вот такие времена. Вот в такое время мы живем. Даже игр не посмотреть.
Занятное время, очень веселое.
Как будто проще, чтобы ты приехал, знаешь.
Да, я, кстати, подумал об этом.
Мы бы быстрее уже поиграли, мы бы уже тут сели и играли.
Ой. Так, да, Делинка. Ой. У меня какой-то зажим произошел в поясничном отделе.
Хорошо, когда ты знаешь, что с тобой происходит. Намного хуже, когда ты не понимаешь.
Вот
Ого,
как.
я даже себя слышу с задержкой.
It's okay, it's fine. Я
С
отключаю звук. Замечательно. Я готов.
Так, сейчас я наведу на кнопку интеллект. Вот у тебя что-то поменялось?
Спустя 3 секунды.
Ну, это не так
4.
плохо.
5.
Интеллект 5?
Ты скорее навела на стрелку слева тройки.
Так и было.
Тогда 3. Извините.
Ну, это...
Идеально.
Давай, какие показатели ты бы хотел?
Физиология слабо. Моторика плохо. 1. Ужасно, да.
Подожди, моторика ужасна?
Да, ужасно. Чувствительность 6. Гениально. Готово.
Ну, поздравляю, ты играешь так же, как и я.
Правда?
Да. Ну, смотри, я тебя
Блин.
немножечко введу в контекст. Наша задача расследовать убийство. Как ты считаешь, твои данные помогут тебе? Ты, по сути, сделал Купера.
Агента Купера из Twin Peaks?
Да.
Ну нет, у него интеллект повыше, скорее всего.
Ну, просто здесь больше не сделать из-за того, что ты психику выкрутила так.
А почему ты так же играешь?
Потому что я люблю чувствовать, а не анализировать.
Да, я тоже. Ну давай тогда... Нет, все, меняем, отмена.
Но обычно
Чихать.
я делаю вот так.
Нет, это среднячок какой-то. Это
Да,
не подходит.
потому что быть центристом в игре это... Ты, короче...
Слушай,
как
нет,
не-
мне не нравится, что это, знаешь что это наш какой-то типичный сценарий, что мы так делаем по жизни. Давай, короче, физиология 6.
А будет тебе интересно? Там же
Просто
реплики меняются полностью.
Я
всё.
переживаю, что физиология это, видимо, путь насилия.
Ну да, но это, это легко можно избежать.
Ну тогда в
Если-
чем смысл это бафать?
А?
Тогда в чем смысл это бафать?
В том, что не все хотят вчитываться в какие-то философские разговоры, диалоги и говорить о странных вещах, а хотят просто подойти, дать кому-нибудь по морде и пройти куда хотят.
Слушай, я...
А можно лезть
Нет.
в психику человеку, лезть в его голову, лезть в его душу и... Вот.
Ну, если ты уже играла с психикой, тогда я думаю, что это не будет интересно.
Будет.
Не будет.
Будет.
Да.
Ну, короче, смотри, я не знаю, я бы играла, ну, с психикой и с интеллектом. Я всегда на них ставлю.
А моторика что? Какой путь примерно?
Моторика, ну, в целом она нужна. Но смотри, какие-то вещи мы можем качать в процессе игры. Не по достижениям, а там немного другая система, мне кажется, она тебе понравится.
Ну ладно, давай оставим как есть.
Теперь нам надо выбрать ключевой навык.
Я в прошлый раз выбрал «Внутреннюю империю», потому что это фильм Дэвида Линча.
Абсолютно не сомневалась, и я делала то же самое.
Серьезно?
Да.
Да ёб твою мать.
Я думаю, ты думаешь, что мы сильнее отличаемся, чем есть на самом деле.
Мы очень по-разному интегрируем наши архетипы в реальность.
Это правда. Ну, мои любимые — внутренняя империя и концептуализация.
А что насчет драмы? Будем всем пиздеть.
Как хочешь. Ну, для меня, потому что большинство из этих ключевых навыков — это темный лес. Я не знаю, как они работают. То есть это каждая из этих штук — это твой внутренний голос. Он будет включаться в каких-то ситуациях. Я знаю, как работает внутренняя империя, я знаю, как работает концептуализация. Остальные
нажми
я
на
немножечко...
Нажми на трепет, пожалуйста. Мне интересно, что это.
Трепет — это восторг. Это тоже мои любимые. Вот это 3 мои любимые: концептуализация, внутренняя империя и трепет.
Трепет ёбнутый, да?
Да.
Визуальный анализ еще интересно, кстати.
Ну, да, но он прям тебе поможет идти по сюжету.
Ты так говоришь на каждый мой вариант, как будто я что-то не так делаю.
Нет.
Да?
Нет.
Ладно. Тогда мы берем кардинал. Ох, ёпта, целься огонь. Нет, хуйня. Мне
Смотри.
интересно, знаешь что? Стой, один вопрос. Важно ли соотношение нашего скилла уровня с нашим ключевым навыком?
Здесь абсолютно
Тогда-
уникальный, у тебя будет уникальный персонаж, как ты его захочешь делать. Смотри еще что, все эти штуки тоже можно качать в процессе игры. Вот видишь, там эти кубы такие, ромбики.
Да.
Вот, это, ну, насколько ты можешь прокачать. Какие-то только на 3, какие-то вот аж на 6.
Понял. Тогда соотносится количество нашего скилла с навыком.
Да, я никогда этого не замечала.
Интересно.
Это стояло у
Конечно.
меня на аватарке.
О,
ВКонтакте.
о. Так, ну мы берем тогда... Может, эмпатию возьмем? Может, мы добряк?
Кто знает.
Кайф, мы поехали эмпатия.
Уверен.
Да. Это гуманистический выбор с моей стороны.
Так, ну все.
Идеально. Начинаем. С первичного бульона. Какие-то 2 человека смотрят, но я и еще кто-то,
И
видимо.
я.
Так, а мы как поступаем? Там у тебя голос, да, это читает на английском?
Ничего не читаю.
Почему?
Могу я для тебя могу читать.
Я думаю, это превратится в некоторый фарс.
Начинаем.
Да.
Вот теперь голос читает.
Only warm primordial blackness.
Ты его, наверное,
You're
слышишь?
conscious for
Ну,
many
там незначительно.
no larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Я думаю, тебе нужно играть в твоем привычном ритме, потому что я быстро читаю, и если вдруг что-то прикольное мы захотим обсудить,
Ну,
Или ты
можешь,
захочешь?
выбирать варианты ответов.
смешно, да. Но ты можешь просто вслух играть.
Это будет очень странно.
Нет, ты же стримила все.
Ну, я-то вижу одно, а ты будешь видеть другое, а слышать при этом меня в микрофоне, без задержки.
Не, нормально. Ну давай эксперимент. Будь собой.
Что мы выбираем?
Там не важно.
Never, ever, ever,
Я надеюсь, ты
baby.
слушаешь с озвучкой.
Нет.
Да, да, ну, пожалуйста.
Ну а как же, ты же будешь слышать это? Я могу наушники надеть. Во, гениально. Гениально. Сейчас, секунду. Bluetooth. Господи. Боже мой. Как ты же? Так. Меня, кстати, знаешь, что прикол? Я не мог, когда играл вчера,
Мгм.
не мог одновременно читать на русском и слушать английский, поэтому я переключил на английский.
А. Мы только начали играть, и меня уже затриггерило.
По поводу тебя. А, блядь, я слышу твой голос.
Yeah.
А, блядь, бывшая жена. Слушай, даже в этом какое-то забавное что-то есть, что я слышу нас дважды, это как будто весело.
Блин. Давай я тоже надену наушники.
А тогда что изменится?
Ну, ты не будешь слышать игру в моем микрофоне.
Стоп, мне нужно слышать игру в твоем микрофоне, но не нужно слышать нас.
А, ты слышишь нас дважды.
Да.
Слушай, я же
Какие ты...
могу...
Чё, отключить нас от стрима?
Я могу отключить свой голос на стриме. Это свой голос в созвоне. И ты будешь слышать его только на стриме.
А мой ты не можешь отключить?
Ну, я же хочу тебя слышать.
А.
Смотри. Вот я сейчас отключу себя в созвоне. Теперь я буду говорить только в игре. Я не очень понимаю, насколько...
Ну это тупо, потому что теперь мы разговариваем с задержкой.
Ну, мы не разговариваем с задержкой. Ну, мы разговариваем в ритм стрима.
Разговариваем, потому что я твои реплики воспринимаю через 3 секунды.
Но если я отключу себя на стриме, то нет смысла в стриме. Ну, то есть, как бы он не будет меня писать. Понимаешь?
Да, нет, есть смысл в стриме, я же его смотрю.
Ну, будет смысл в нем в моменте. Но не будет смысла в нем в рамках вселенной.
Сейчас, подожди, секунду. Есть... Блядская хуйня. Мне кажется, я просто туплю, если честно.
Как будто есть какое-то решение.
В чем задача? Мне нужно, чтобы я слышал игру.
Но тебе не надо, чтобы ты слышал меня дважды. Нет, это я просто долго отвечала, если что. Это не так долго была задержка. Ты слышишь меня дважды. Ты слышишь меня на стриме, и ты слышишь меня в микрофоне.
Это долго, это я... Так, секунду. Я и себя слышу дважды.
Вот, это тоже неприятно. Это прям странно.
Да тут вообще у меня, если честно, такое линчевское началось. Я все слышу в каком-то, ну, в таком странном порядке.
Ну, это нормально для этой игры. А ты вообще подключен?
Я думаю, что это не упростит мне восприятие данной философской проблемки.
Нет, как будто есть какое-то решение. Но я его пока не понимаю.
Давай ты, знаешь, что сделаешь?
Мгм.
Ты включишься обратно на созвон, и я просто буду смотреть без звука.
Нет. А давай я сейчас просто надену наушник. А, и ты будешь слышать себя. В любом случае.
Верно. А разве нельзя сделать так, что на стрим передается только звуковой канал с игры? Мне кажется, что это очевидно можно.
И тогда мы просто не будем разговаривать на стриме, будем разговаривать только между собой, и игра будет как бы игра отдельно. да?
К сожалению, да.
Ну ладно, пускай. Ну, это как будто самое простое решение.
Нет, ну это грустно, конечно.
Да ладно.
Ну, там еще есть вариантик. Я придумал. Господи, гениально.
Так. Я слушаю.
Нет, ну это бред полный.
Ну давай.
Короче...
Ты сейчас покупаешь билет и приезжаешь.
Нет, все нормально. Короче, ты отключаешь нас от... Это во-первых. Во-первых, блять, я реагирую на твои реплики в другом временном таймлайне. Так, короче.
Так, я вернулась в естественный
Да, спасибо
таймлайн.
большое. Я все придумал. Ты на стрим делаешь запись только игры, если это возможно,
Мгм.
без наших голосов. А здесь я записываю наши голоса в телемосте.
И?
Потом мы синхронизируем видос и наши голоса.
Мы не сможем это сделать.
Почему?
Потому что трансляция это не отдельное видео. И что ты хочешь сделать?
В смысле, от трансляции не отдельное видео. Оно же сохранится, мы ее скачаем и объединимся с той звуковой дорожкой,
Ты
которую я
представляешь,
записываю.
сколько она будет весить?
Ну и что,
это будет,
что?
сколько это будет загружаться на YouTube
Ну и
с
что?
нынешней ситуацией?
Ну и
Да,
что?
давай, ладно, давай. Ну, как бы я не вижу.
Миллионер.
А? Все, давай.
Почему? Что это значит? М. Я придумал еще. Ты можешь тоже задействовать телефон, и мы можем созвониться отдельно от компьютера.
Да. Но тогда я буду говорить в игре, а ты не будешь говорить в игре.
Что?
Ну. Подожди, ну я буду стримить. И ты будешь записывать наши голоса на телефоне?
Да.
Как?
В смысле как? Я просто открою Яндекс.Телемост с телефона, и ты его откроешь с телефона, и там я нажму кнопку «Запись». И параллельно мы будем записывать видос на YouTube. А потом мы это скачаем и объединим, и загрузим обратно.
Безумие какое-то.
Согласна?
Слушай, а включи-ка сейчас стрим. Сейчас, минуту. Погоди.
На где? На где?
Ну ты смотришь стрим?
Да.
Так. Что сейчас там? Какая...
Ну, в данный момент я слышу и тебя, и меня.
А сейчас ты тоже слышишь? Блин, сейчас, наверное, ничего не будет слышно.
Сейчас ничего не слышно.
Так.
Нет, подожди, сейчас слышно только тебя.
Ну да, так, я пытаюсь... Сейчас. Так, сейчас, наверное, то же самое. Ну,
Надо у нейросетки
всё.
спросить.
Что ты хотел сказать?
Надо спросить у Дипсика. Но я сдохну, пока буду описывать ему
А что ты
ситуацию.
слышишь сейчас?
Все как обычно. Тебя, меня и игру.
И сейчас? Сейчас тоже?
Да. Сейчас ничего не слышу. Игру слышу.
И себя.
И себя. И тебя.
Ну, я себя не отключаю. Я пытаюсь разделить тебя и игру, чтобы вы были не единым целым. Но не получается.
Подожди, а в чем задача? Что мы хотим сделать?
Я хотела, чтобы было слышно на стриме тебя... Чтобы было слышно на стриме только игру.
Да.
И мы бы при этом созвонились, и я бы надела наушники.
Да.
Мы бы созвонились отдельно, но
Да.
я не смогу так сделать, потому что если я буду стримить звук игры, то вместе с ним будешь стримиться и ты, потому что ты часть звука внутри компьютера, понимаешь?
Да, но если мы созвонимся на телефоне,
Я буду тебя слышать в компьютере. Ну, если мы созвонимся на телефоне, да, но тогда мы потеряем эту аудиодорожку.
мы не потеряем ее, а запишем.
Как ты ее запишешь на телефоне?
Ну, запись на телемосте.
Сейчас я возьму наушники. Господи, мы уже 40 минут решаем технические проблемы.
Мы так всегда делаем, это наша
Да.
база. Телемост. Летел, летаю,
Абсолютно.
не соберу.
Ну, я надену один наушник, чтобы слышать игру.
Подожди, до меня, знаешь, что дошло? А, нет, нормально, порядок.
Что?
Ну, сейчас
Блин, может
разберемся.
быть, есть какое-то решение?
Конечно, есть, оно всегда есть. Мы его только что нашли. Летел, горел.
Я помню, что уже была такая возня, когда я стримила для всего чата Тургор. И мы хотели все разговаривать, и была такая каша. Мы тогда так и ничего не придумали. Но это был 2018 год, мы были еще тупые. И
Это было без меня, вы были глупцы.
А?
Это было без меня, вы были глупцы. А я умный человек.
Мне кажется, это было с тобой, просто у тебя был другой голос еще тогда. Поэтому ты всегда можешь сказать, что тебя там не было, это не ты.
Блин, у меня очень сильно поменялся голос.
Конечно.
Но это странно, потому что даже дело не в том, что он сломался, он же ломается как бы раньше. У меня он изменился даже типа с 24-го года.
Сначала
За
сломался
2.
голос, а потом ты.
Да. Я начал курить и начал специально занижать голос, чтобы быть, уверенным в себе, достойным человеком.
Получилось?
Как видишь. А какие сомнения?
Нет сомнений, просто уточняю.
Летел, горел.
Ну что,
Ой, это... Подожди, не то.
позвонить? Что это?
Что?
А кому это? Мне позвонить сюда?
Не стоит.
А чей это номер? Давайте тоже скину какой-нибудь рандомный номер, и мы пойдем туда звонить. И на этом построим наш стрим. Кидаем друг другу
Хороший.
рандомные номера из телефонной книжки, не говорим, кто это, и звоним туда. Блин, я хочу.
Ну, если хочешь, давай.
А кто это? Чей это номер?
Это моя одногруппница.
Блин, у меня кто-то начал сверлить.
Я слышу это. Тут не копируется ебучая ссылка, нахуй, блядь, на этот ссаный телемост, блядь.
Это как чей это номер? Я сейчас через GetContact пробью, если ты не скажешь.
Ее зовут Милена Терещенко.
Кого?
Милена Терещенко.
Кто это?
Моя одногруппница.
А,
Я переводил ей сегодня деньги за фильтр. 200 рублей. Поэтому у меня скопирован ее номер. Не соберу.
Так,
Какой там, блядь?
что происходит?
Я не могу ссылку скопировать, она не дает мне.
Ладно, ты пока копируй, я пойду отойду.
Давай. Блядь. Она так ждет и не туда, и не сюда. Понятно.
Ну
Новый
что?
звонок. Сейчас, секундочку. Происходят технические...
Ты все еще не смог ее скопировать?
Кого?
Ссылку!
Да. Тихо. Во-первых, тихо. Во-вторых,
М.
открываешь Телеграм.
С телефона.
Да.
Ну.
Заходишь по ссылке. На номер не звонишь.
И там нет ссылки.
Она будет через... Когда я подключу ебучий VPN, блядь. Секунду.
Дядю Ваню?
Дядю Ваню, да. Вот, она теперь есть. Прекрасно. Далее, ты заходишь на эту встречу, на которой я уже разговариваю, меня должно быть слышно. Эту встречу я буду записывать. Наверное. А как здесь записывать? Гость.
Это я.
Ой, почему я тебя слышу не в наушнике, а в... Что за хуйня?
Потому что
Скажи
я все
что-нибудь.
еще говорю вне наушника.
Нет, в своем наушнике у меня, типа, звук идет с телефона на телефон, а не наушники, хотя они подключены. Ёбаный пиздос. Так, а, вот, стоп. Нет,
Я
стоп.
просто
Да,
отключила.
блядь.
Я одурела уже. Я не понимаю, что происходит. Слушай, я не хочу быть гостем,
Больше.
сейчас я зайду нормально.
Чё?
А почему я реально себя слышу вне? Откуда я сейчас только что говорю?
Боже, мы живем в очень странные времена.
Я заблудилась в мире
Настройки
зеркальных
звонков.
поверхностей.
Не то.
У меня не открывается телемост через браузер. А, вот открылся. О,
Завтра я еще не умру. Не знаю, на каком из звонков ты меня слышишь. Кажется, на всех. Но я тебя не слышу ни на каком. Что меня не радует.
Теперь у нас еще и... Теперь у нас 3 человека. Там гость, Максим и я.
Я все равно тебя слышу, к сожалению, не там, где должен. Это меня досадит.
Так может ты меня на стриме слышишь?
В каком стриме? Нет. Сейчас, секунду. О, Берил, блядь.
Coming right up, sir. Smooth passage. Do you really? All right, nothing down to fuck all, borough. Not you. Your days of giving a shit and being that type of animal are over. The song of death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the... Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of...
You can take it. You're a champion.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache. A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor. As you slowly reach your hand, abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it. Behold. You have no idea who this thing is, do you? Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why? Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself. You couldn't stop if you wanted to. It's neurological. Oh my God. You can't stop. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey? You are correct. This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. Or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your... The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You reach out to grab the tie. This fan, or has it been consigned there as the blades come squeaking to a... You reach out. This fan, or has it been the blades come squeaking to us? You reach. This fan, or has it the blades come squeaking to us? You reach. This fan, or has the blades come squeaking? You reach. This fan has, or has it the blades come squeaking? You reach. This fan, or has the blades come squeaking? You reach. This fan, or the blades come squeaking. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. What you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful. The fans, a terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel your eyes burn with photosensors.
Hello, officer.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet. Like two baby crocodiles. Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like that. The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
No.
There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
Because you're a police officer, sir. I am, yes. You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Try the expression. Come on, why are you still doing this?
Alcohol raises testosterone levels, especially in men. The levels remain elevated after inebriation.
She puts out her cigarette. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
And now, goodbye.
The door is closed. You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul. Utterly. And it needs to be through a PA system, by other people. You have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your... You have to find something tragic to sing. A man in his late 20s, that was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you. A competent word looks like something about it makes you feel bitter.
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room? No, you see, actually, you didn't. No, I haven't seen you around. No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager. That period of my life is over. Not everyone who's I have 3 cafeterias to manage. She just, you know.
There's something there, and it's not good.
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the fort.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
Yes, well. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here? If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews? Right. And the interviews? At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't... Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a... Have you removed the dead body from the tree? Sure. But did you take it down from the tree? So, the body is...
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner. I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the Citizens Militia on your sleeve and on your back. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General. Yes. They are not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage. But again, it's none of my concern. You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence. I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. If you need something for your headache, there is a general... We all feel that way sometimes. There is no such thing as a police officer, I'm afraid. What remains is that there is a dead body in the tree. But first, we have to take it down. Talk to the manager. Then we go out back and take after you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand.
No idea. Looks like he works for Wild Pines, the logistics company possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do aside from...
The man does not mind. You probably need them.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you.
Mr. Gart, right?
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
Fantastic. That's wonderful, really. I think so. But there's a dead...
Sir, I understand your concern, but we are here to do a job.
Yes, of course.
For a moment, the cafeteria manager fidgets under the lieutenant's gaze. Then he gives in.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call us. It was you who played...
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you just got here. From where?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many...
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need that.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here.
I didn't imply that. Detective. I have everything. You?
Yes, yes. He means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would? Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Does he want you to feel guilty?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job. What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him. She went away because none of your business. Oh my God, what is your obsession with this?
Maybe it's he who's obsessed with this Sylvie.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130.
No one is saying the multi-pattern necktie you found tied to the ceiling fan can.
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
No, don't listen to him. It's madness. Just talk.
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right, money.
Who does that clown think he is? Arrest him!
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilate. Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually, more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your...
No one is saying that! No one is saying that Ty can talk! That would be ludicrous! It's just that you should arrest him! It would be wiser! He wants to take your money!
The lieutenant looks at you tugging on your garish tie. He puts his hand on your shoulder.
If you don't have the money, it's okay.
That's cop 4. I have...
What are you, a philosopher? Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Are you serious? From your work? I don't know, you can...
Some do take recompense.
For survival, to pay me. Unless you want to become a hobo. Do you want to become a hobo? There's nowhere else to stay in Martinez, and it's a... If you run out of money...
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant...
I'm sorry, but he has to pay.
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
You mean somewhere else to run up a huge debt? I don't think so. The union squeezed most places out of business to fund the strike. You're better off.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them, ask for assistance.
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. You don't really know, do you? A vague, blackened image doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money. You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? An hour would have been bad. 2 hours is mystical. You have truly wiped out all trace of yourself if you haven't thought about rum and lemonade yet. Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade into yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter. What happened, man? You used to be cool. Get your drink on and your act together. This trash container there's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but the body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too. What do you mean, feel? We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags.
Kuno's got this!
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Oh yeah! Nappa Gumpy, Kuno! Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick! Love it in the dick.
They pay you no heed, or pretend not.
Shits himself? The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno! The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener. All right, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got. Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and
You have no idea what the usual is. Just ask whatever comes to mind.
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was...
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant. Kuno's fuck gimp? Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target practice. Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to...
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
You're testing Kuno's patience.
Get lost,
Right, pig? This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno's Kuno, pig? Yeah, Kuno's in a fucking gang. In a bang gang. Kuno bangs for Magie, bangs for Mazda.
He lays the names out there with pride and precision, like cards on a table.
watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Calm down. Anyone watching can see you're doing nothing.
Fuck that! Confront him!
Yeah? Get out of here before the Kuno beats the shit out.
Yeah, that's right. Drag your fat ass out of here.
Don't listen. Just go.
Bang! Got fucked by the Kuno. We alright? You wanna get fucked again?
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look. You seem to be.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why.
I thought as much. And are you the only party?
Well, yes. Us and...
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in. Prod at him and find out.
Callous? What are you? Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov he killed himself.
What are we talking about? Was this not about the trash container? We should return to the case of your mistaken identity at a later...
What for? Mazov? Are you planning to nationalize my trash container?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please. What thing? What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. You're not. You're a menace. Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the real... Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just... they come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good cops.
He hates the union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later.
What?
You feel like you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire.
Yes, have you got it? A lot. A lot. Like what? I was rarely enjoying... Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this a...
He sounds irritated.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? That's right, I'm the cafeteria.
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour you a nice, big, refreshing marinella. Do you want that out? Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella. I have work to do and broken things to fix. Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes. Absolutely out of the question.
You wait and see, cafeteria manager. Absolutely in the question.
Yes? What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizens Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet...
That's right. You mean like a brief? There's no reason to... 3 days ago, during that time. Okay then. What? No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. I can assure nothing like that will happen. Do you know why not? Because it's not part of reality.
So desperately mundane. You need to funk this. There's something the lieutenant isn't seeing. The universe is too irrational, too morally complex.
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
His disdain is clear. This man would...
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want later. Was there anything else you want? Good. What do you want to know? Good.
No response. He just arches his brow.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If not a fan. It's just the nature of...
The RCM deploys a self-styled structure called the Decomptage as its chain of command.
Try work. The case at hand. It can work miracles. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer. Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. Alright, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know? That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul, so was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic. It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity, and...
Seoul is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually,
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents. and I've never been to...
He's glad to have shut down your question.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite.
Are they?
You could use a good, normal pig.
No.
The lieutenant nods.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school, but this isn't an old school case.
So what? That makes you the new school? God spare us. For real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook. That's where his conversations with... We all have our different mediums.
Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, they say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. I don't know. Containers contain.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not only banal things strike you. At the core, you're a very banal person with a very small soul. One you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back.
Hello, sweetie. Why, you are, officer. And have you found anyone to be sweet to? You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're...
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox.
She won't judge you, no matter what you say.
Oh my. You know where we are, right? That's right. In a hostel called the Whirling in Rags, to be precise. How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Nope, sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what democracy we have is market-driven. Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so it has something to do with everything.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these?
You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs, and while I'm no doctor...
She means this sincerely. Worrying won't...
Someone more educated in sweeping matter.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though, yes, dear, I'm a paraplegic.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
No problem.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Beaton, my maiden name. I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police. I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual...
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears...
Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed...
There is a pinch of defensiveness in her voice, but it is playful.
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as... It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industry.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol.
She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
The boat? No. It is...
The word, it, feels strange. Such a beautiful boat.
Okay. How about Cordeleche 19? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordeleche, and its hull is 19 paces long. Why Dolores? Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion. It's a pleasure craft. A 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days, my sloop, I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft.
Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer.
Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain. Saint-Baptiste, LUM, an unknown entity.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year...
$1 billion?
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, Interest. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminoes. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the Great Unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from it. You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines, you mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago. After that, now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss.
This isn't the first time the union...
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay, and there are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say? Every worker, a member of the board. In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker a member of the board. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision, about what? About anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana." Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the... Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes it. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it.
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but and your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is... Why do you think so? I suppose you are, officer. All Revachol. But enough about Evrat. What else can I tell you about? I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? dear. Some kind. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason. The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority, or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you...
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and you could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months. I'm sure you will, Detective. Yes?
Only banana.
Yes?
What if you did it? Yes, you killed him. And then, as part of the plan, maybe this is why your chest feels so hollow. You did an awful thing. Are you sure you would have the strength to take down a hardened mercenary? You're not in the best shape.
And what has led you to this conclusion? Well, we've yet to find any real evidence pointing to you in this case, or even a possible motive. So I find that highly unlikely. It's not unusual for detectives to feel complicit in a crime until the...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes, after they clear the terminal, we lose track.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the... Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link, the lorries. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to an... Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
You'll be indebted to her, in a way. But one step ahead of the Union in another.
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty.
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kitsuragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, but she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. This reality.
The aim is to gain a deeper understanding.
A sort of spiritual quest. Something of ancient Ilmaran origin.
You will find him a big fan of the ancient ways. It's part of his condition.
Nothing wrong with ancient ways. Our modern ones aren't necessarily better.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. North of the 881, and you would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the revolution. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager.
A brief spike of longing in her upright body. The dots under her eyelids shake.
This place used to be a province. A workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets. Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds... Yes, we're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sun.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city. The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Up the nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, in the DeLorean century, 380 years ago. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean. The world's connected. I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government in...
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete.
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Thank you, man. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner... Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Madame, Monsieur...
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
It's better not to eat all.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. Glad to have been of assistance. The little... Of course, detect. You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead. Ask me anything.
It remains a...
You're back. More lessons in basic reality.
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog, licking its... To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent... Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, the post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare. They called it the international zone. because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ravacholians get to keep the peace in Ravachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, these are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late for the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle, him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist king. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective, or the remaining gentry, the beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the Ultra. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention, the Coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The Liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The Coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The Coalition of Nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The arms center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding.
The Moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and at least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eslary communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. No, it was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splat. Welcome to reality, baby.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova, this raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just... We could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we played it right. Good question. What would you...
No, her first.
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you? You and everyone else. But that's got nothing to do with preventing the revolution. Oh, well. They are what they are. Anyway, enough sentimentality.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you.
Nothing more nor...
Yes, we are.
Yes, that means not. Permit me to... And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling...
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations. I am an ultra. An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit... We surrendered the nation to financier pirates. No sane person identifies as ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight.
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her. But only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
I do hope so. I do hope we're able to remain collegial. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
An appropriate warning to those who cross the line and pull the city into madness once more.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake. Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a
Seditious talk, man.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea. Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah! This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, or 2. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infra... Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid. And all right, what next? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? You're back.
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub. Why, yes, tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat. While dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian. Barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too. You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more Oh God, the lieutenant is here too.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Voila, you're doing it.
Why, yes, I am rich. How much money do you need? Hopefully not too much.
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
Come now, nobody carries that much cash on their person, particularly in a place like Martinez. And even if I did, I still would not give you 10,000 real. I would rather buy something nice with it, like expensive hi-fi or a new hydrodynamic E40 sail. I like high-fidelity anything, sir. Now, try again, but lower. That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. The paper is cold and oily to the... Whoa, whoa! Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot, train to Moneytown.
This may seem like odd behavior for a police officer, ma'am, but it's a perfect, unusual medical.
It's all right, Lieutenant. I really did bring as little cash with me as possible to avoid attention. So here you are. The last bit of filthy lucre I can share. So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
You're right, ma'am, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they're proper.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today? me when I'm talking to you. Hey, up here, piggo. Yeah, you better keep walking. Look at me when I'm talking to you. The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Ask away, pigman, but I don't promise to answer.
She's grown frustrated with her work and welcomes the opportunity to challenge authority in other ways.
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aerography. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced with a blank wall, most people write on them. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards.
She wants it to be something true and total.
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasion. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and social. Yeah? Lying is cool, I guess. I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's...
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the woman on the boat does not.
That Ozon her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinique.
On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world.
pig's not half as dumb as he looks. Watch your back, ungulate.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time...
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Doesn't matter who I am. Now go on, get out of here. Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any... Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. Just faint sweep. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Your money disappears into the coin slot. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is... It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth, its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of...
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
That is a book. They have stories inside them. It's like someone told you a story in a really long letter. A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side and send it to your friend or beloved.
She is unfazed by your questions. She would consider it.
Board games are like little games on a table. My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's in. Feel free to step in and browse our... I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the...
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep... Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extra. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous. Why would they do that, sir? That's so cool. Maybe they'll make you a book cover picture and everything. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. School? Well, mine is a big yellow building on Boogie Street, and the people there run it. They say it's a charity. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is... Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some...
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more.
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games. Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were asking no such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir? Maybe I can tell you about some of our crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals. And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. Don't say that. He's not even real. You're real. Cheer up, sir. No need to compare yourself to a fictional character. Maybe you can show me some real deductive police work, sir. Like in the books. It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process, or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end. That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life. Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and these are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like, well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I'm sure she can help out. Anything else you're curious about? Maybe some about other books? Hello again, sir.
You fell to...
Hello again, sir.
You fell.
Hello again, sir.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
What do you mean, sir?
She knows where this is going. She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two, a facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to...
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She actually is impressed. This is more like a defensive reflex. She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Because you usually aren't. I'm sorry, sir. I hope things get better soon.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by...
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here?
You have absolutely...
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you...
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time. You've been running around all week, sir. Sometimes without your shirt on, asking people questions. Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Oh, baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
I didn't know I had to do that. I'm glad I could help you, sir.
This Post Lavatorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized. The box seems happy.